Okay. Oop. This. Bangus.
Zelnira was first.
Zelnira. Easy first. Yo. Okay. And then we open. Bingo. And then this bingo. Create lobby. What up, Night Elf? What up, Quenter? All right, now random seed. Send it. And goodbye, chat. Oh, silly black screen. Oh, silly. It also blocks your inputs for some reason because whoever decided to include that mod was not thinking. Sliding very weirdly. Okay, there we go. Okay. Practice. Okay, so one thing I'm thinking about practicing right away is Curseblade Assassins, regardless of whether they're here on the board. Curseblade Assassins are one I know is going to be
But I can also that you're not then why I am caught.
tough.
Goodbye.
I don't think I would set this ever back to night to fight this Curseblade Assassin. So let's see if I can beat it as is. Base character plus 0 club. If I can do that. Then I will truly have mastered the Curseblade Assassin. Frame rate for anyone? Or just on your end? Game looks fine on my play. Apparently your end. I do feel like Twitch has been a little weird recently, but I wasn't sure if that was... Okay. Okay. So roll that one backwards, actually. Not that one. Okay. Yeah. Okay. They heard I had to stop giving Mitch $6 every month and nuked your latency. That does make sense. AGL, thank you for the gift sub to Night Elf. Let's go. Night Elf, welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Okay, that seems to work pretty well as a counter to that move. Wait, so even if you roll backwards, he still just goes the opposite direction. Whatever way you are, he always backs away from you.
Oh look, it's big.
Okay. It's what now? Ah! Yeah, fighting a Curseblade Assassin with a +0 club. This is how I started trying to do the DLC at the very, very start. +0 club against... His business to sub emotes if you didn't already. I have not already. You can't put it in Twitch chat while I'm streaming. I can't do that in the middle of stream. You gotta remind me outside of stream hours.
I said Bing.
But why Bing? Nobody uses Bing. Ow. Okay. Okay, wait. Gotta be careful. Okay. Some of these guys' moves look kind of goofy, but the axe kick is kind of cool. I think they're all kind of goofy. Oh. Okay, so you can end that with a flip back kick. Okay. If I can beat him with a +0 club, theoretically I can beat him with a lot of things. What? He gives a dagger? Oh, he gives... They have a chance to give their backhand blades, their circs, but they're randomized with daggers. Can I beat him with a dagger? A dagger that I don't even have enough stats to wield. This will be the true test. I don't think I'm beating him with this dagger. Yeah. I wonder if a katana mini staggers him. If a katana mini staggers him, then every weapon I ever would choose to use should mini stagger him. So let's go grab a random katana. And see how that does. Lydia's back, is this bad? I feel bad for her, dang. My runes got placed so far away. He's just a gamer for real. That's just the gamer posture. Yo, thanks for the good luck and the happy Friday. Let's go. It is indeed a Friday. Did you watch the Bingus? I did watch the Bingus. Very exciting matches. Also, slightly unfortunate matches for varying reasons. But that's what makes Bingus Bingus. Fierce Champions are so mean. I hate Fierce Champions. I am so glad we don't have to deal with Fierce Champions. Like, if we had to do all 5 Leda and friends, that might be even worse. But, like, boy, am I glad we at least don't have to do Fierce Champions as DLC players. Okay, good. A random katana. I won't even buff with it. Just a katana to use at +0 for practice. 20 dex. No Skidoo blessing. All right. Looks like it micro staggers him, I think. Yeah. So with an actual leveled katana, this should not be too bad. Nice. I always forget about the fourth one hitting. It's like I know that the third one's gonna miss, but I forget that there's a fourth one. Ah. Oh, I didn't know he had follow-ups if you're still in front of him. No! Darn it. Monkey business is serious business. That's right. You can't be playing around when you're doing monkey business. Wonder if backstabs are better. I knew there was a second hit, but it just combos, apparently. Oh, it's like you really have to wait. Oh. That can just beat out heal. Okay. That just beats out heal too and combos into itself. Okay. Definitely not a fan of when enemies are far away from you and in the recovery of their attack. You start a heal and they can hit you before your heal is finished. Definitely not a fan of that. Yeah, I think backstabs are probably overall better. For attacks that'll actually let you do them. Like this one. Early stream. Oh, see? He's got immunity for so long on that. Okay. Nice, much better. Remember that fourth hit. There it is. Oh, surprised I got a backstab off there. Okay. Barely shoot. It's like not even that early. It is early, but like. This is just the I gotta get to bed tonight at a reasonable time. Die. Aha. All right, again. So early lately. Mm-hmm. I hate that that combos into itself. That's so dumb. I even rolled. It just caught me. I wonder if there's just a strafe for that instead of dodging the end. I don't think it matters because you get a backstab either way, but... Bonk. Oh yeah, you can just kind of go under that. I don't know how consistent that is, but... Oh, not that one. That's the wrong one. Ow. That's the one. Okay, it's not consistent to just get under it. Oh. Yep, and then he can just input read your heal and kill you. Okay. Okay. So, but lesson learned. There is a strafe, but it's not consistent. Don't try for it. Just roll behind and get the backstab, and it's pretty easy. Still learning quite a lot in the practice. Now this is the easiest one. We're gonna have to upgrade our practice to the ones at the Morth Ruins as well. Alright, while I am rather mindlessly killing this, Curseblade Assassin, I do have some bad news. The rule that we all agree sucks is not going to be changed for this season, and will only be changed for next season. Okay. The acquire 7 sorceries in the DLC square, which is normally impossible to have any duplicates because there are no duplicate sorceries in the DLC, can randomly be duplicates because of the randomizer. And if that happens, you just don't get credit. Even though we all agree that's not the point of the square. And that it's only the problem because the randomizer has a flaw in it where shops and pickups are different pools when they're not supposed to be. They're supposed to be from the same pool. It's supposed to like go item ID by item ID, but it was for the sake of the weapon randomizer, we wanted the pickup weapons to be from their specific weapon pools, but the shops to be from everything. So that applied to to sorceries as well, which is not like the intended behavior. It was just the easiest way for them to get it functional so that we could have a working mod for the season. So it's basically just a bug can screw you out of the square. And I have vehemently argued that we should absolutely not allow that to be the case. The randomizer having a flaw in it should not prevent you from getting a square that you rightfully earned, but apparently because that's not how it was at the start of the season, we can't change anything now, so. Gonna be uncompletable? What happens if it's 12-12 and that's the last square? It can never be uncompletable because there are enough shop sorceries, and because shop sorceries are of a specific pool, they can't be duplicates. Shops can't be duplicates with shops. Pickups off the ground can't be duplicates with pickups off the ground. It's only shops can be duplicates with pickups off the ground. So since there are enough in shops in total, if you did every single possible shop in the DLC, it's always completable. It's just, that's not the fastest way to do it. If you as a player are playing the DLC, you're gonna go for the fastest ones, which involves some pickups and some shops, because that's what's fastest. Did Domo finally just disable that square? Nope, it's still in. It's still in. It's a horrible square that has only caused problems, and nobody has ever been like, that's my favorite square. It's a very lame square that nobody cares about one way or the other, aside from it causing problems, but Domo really wants to keep it around, so. Did you see the matches today? I did. Makes sense why it can't change mid-season, but it sucks? No, it does not make sense why it can't change mid-season. No, it doesn't. Nope. Nope. If everyone agrees that something sucks and is horrible and we would be better off changed, everyone agrees. Why would you not just change it? Ah, darn, at the start of the season, we had a rule where the red team just automatically wins the matches, and it doesn't actually matter the square count at the end. But, that was the rule at the start of the season. We can't change it. Ah, man. I mean, it just really sucks if you get assigned the blue team, I guess. Oh, all the players agree? I thought you mean chat agrees. I don't care what chat agrees or doesn't agree on. Chat will never 100% agree. Because chat is only going to vote for whatever the people that they like would help them. Or, you know, in self-serving interests of, ooh, I really want to see them fight Bale more often. Put 5 more Bale squares in. You know. I disagree. I can understand not wanting to change the rule, but in that case, you should just disable the square. Yeah, that'd be fine. Just disable the square is fine. Or just say it doesn't matter if it's a duplicate. You can tell in your inventory if you have a duplicate. You could just say duplicates are okay. Just get 7, and if it's a duplicate, it doesn't matter. Would also be fine. 5 Bale squares. But can we have 5 more Bale fights? I agree with Mitch. It is more in the interest of competitive integrity for the most fair rule to be applied rather than continuing to apply an unfair rule for consistency. Yeah. Yeah. Like... Yeah, I don't think you can say we must have unfairness for the sake of consistency. I think that's stupid. Fairness is much more important than consistency. Consistency is important. Don't get me wrong. But it's
Mitch
not
win.
nearly as important as fairness. Mitch win! Briglio! Thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome back to the bunch. Okay, I can even dodge that one just by sound while looking away. Oh, if it wasn't for the height diff, that definitely would have hit me. And it's not as though things haven't changed in any previous season. Obviously, last season, the finals bracket was changed from 3 players to 4. But more than that, in previous squares, or in previous seasons, we've added squares for the finals. Oh, that's like his longest continuation I've seen. When I've forced him out of his usual continuations. Living. Okay. Oh. Woo. hate when he does that. He starts one combo. I interrupt it by getting behind him. He immediately starts up his next combo. I interrupt it by getting behind him. He does a move that backs him off. That's not the same thing, but yesterday's stream, him doubling down saying Health and Steeple isn't a top 5 weapon blows my mind. I mean, that's just an opinion. That's... Like, I mean, I don't know that I'd put Health and Steeple top 5. Would I? It's really good. I really, really do like Health and Steeple. Would I put it top 5? That's kind of a tough one. Playing the DLC a lot has changed my perspective of a lot of these. All right, let's go over to the Morth Ruins ones. Has changed my perspective of a lot of weapons, because a lot of weapons that I thought were kind of trash end up doing decently well in the DLC, and a lot of weapons that feel like they should be really, really good end up kind of underperforming in the DLC. What is your top 5? I don't know. Alablaster. Like, I want to say, like, Starfist Iron Balls, but I feel like I feel like they slightly underperform in the DLC. Am I crazy? I feel like the drawbacks of their range is, like, really apparent sometimes. That it was A tier, not an S tier weapon. I mean, that's kind of fair. Like, it is an S tier weapon, but, like, being 1 tier off isn't even that far. What's special about Health and Steeple again? It's a great sword with its weapon art as a weapon buff that applies magic damage and frost buildup. So it's basically a great sword with frost, which already would be incredible, but the frost being a weapon buff doesn't take away from the base damage of the weapon. I think it still does have a little bit of int scaling, but it still scales very well with dex or strength or whatever it scales primarily with. So it's like it doesn't lose as much scaling as you would making a greatsword frost, and it doesn't lose as much damage as you would making a greatsword frost. It's basically an automatic frost greatsword that does more damage than a frost greatsword. Top 5 is just Claymore 5 times. True. Oh, Evening Wombat. What kind of mid then? What? Greatswords have some of the best moveset in the game. Greatsword moveset is really good. I mean, again, I don't know if I'd put it top 5 in the game, because it is just a really high damage Frost Greatsword. It doesn't have anything that's, like, so incredible about it that, like, pushes it into, like, this is the strongest weapon in the game. But, like, Greatsword moveset is goated, and it is probably the best Greatsword. So, is it the best Greatsword? Is there a better? Claymore showed up today for Chris. What a weapon. My 4x4 comes to mind. Can't imagine someone actually saying Bloodhound bad. Yeah. Right. Well, I mean, Bloodhound, if you're not greasing it, like, is just a really good weapon. Like, the only thing that puts Bloodhound ahead into a potential, you know, top 5 weapon in the game, potential, I'm not committing to that, is the fact that you can grease it as a somber weapon. If you couldn't grease it as a somber weapon, it's just a really solid bleed weapon. Dark Moon Greatsword, in your opinion, the best? No. No. Dark Moon Greatsword ain't bad, but the stats required to wield it put it out of range of most builds. And even when you do have the stats to wield it, maybe I'm wrong. I haven't used it that much, but I feel like it's just like slower than other greatswords to try to like swing around, and feels a little awkward. But I don't know. I haven't played around with it that much. Maybe it's Helfin Steeple Light, because I think when you use its Ash of War, it gets a buff on it. Maybe Dark Moon Greatsword is just Helfin Steeple Light. For a casual playthrough, I think Blasphemous Blade is the best. That's fair. Casual playthrough, Blasphemous Blade is really good. Just having anything that heals you is really good. And has range, so. Congrats on the biggest matches, by the way. Great stuff to watch. Yo, thank you. I just sworn it was Colossal, but Dark Moon Greatsword might be Colossal. I feel like it's like bigger than other Greatswords. I don't actually know. There's a ton of poise damage with the Ash. Yeah, but isn't the Ash... I feel like the Ash is hard to get off. Hard to actually use that much. Ancient Meteoric Ore. That's technically a Colossal Greatsword, but... as far as Colossal Greatswords go, it's decent. Yeah, it's pretty good. Is Sword of Night and Flame, that's the cheesiest newbie weapon? Not really. It's hard to use now. It used to be. Used to be. But they nerfed it. Oh, yeah. Definitely hit harder than the other one. Funny how the scaling can change so much just from like a one zone difference. Sonaf is nerfed. How? It got nerfed in like the first patch of the game. Like literally patch number like 2 or 3 in total that the game got. Nerfed things like Sword of Night and Flame, Ice Rind Hatchet. Great Sword of Solitude is really solid in your experience. It's solid. But it's solid just because Great Swords are solid. It doesn't have anything special going on for it. But it is solid. It's hard to find a great sword that is truly awful. I think there is 1 or 2, but I can't remember them. In Bingus, the worst things you can get from a greatsword check are light greatswords. If you get a light greatsword, you're real sad. Because light greatswords do not compare to greatswords. Bye-bye. I mean, in an actual match, that would lose me credit, but I also wouldn't be fighting him for 5 minutes in an actual match, so... Disqualified. No! Bloodfiend Arm so OP on DLC release made final boss actually doable for you. Yeah, they did nerf that one as well. DQ. Guess they'd have to be good to be a great sword. Otherwise, they're just average sword. True. One of those early Sonaf and Horfrost Stomp speedruns. Yeah, Sonaf was used in All Remembrances, and Horfrost Stomp was used in any percent. Yep. Very good weapons. Unfortunately, FromSoft watched the speedruns just to know what to nerf. Can you sneak up on this guy? Kinda. Oh, you can. I don't know if it's worth it to... Oh, this is a really bad spot then to fight him. Ah! Yeah, what an awkward spot to fight in. Kind of lame they nerf in PvE. PvP I can understand, but PvE, SMH. I agree. I think it's totally okay for things to be powerful in PvE. I would prefer that they instead buffed things that were underperforming, which they have also done. But I would prefer that everyone feels like, you know, whatever option they choose, it's a good one. Instead of being like, oh, this used to be a good option, but now... Oh, shouldn't have gone for two. Oh. Ah, yeah. The amount of legendary weapons that are complete crap is ridiculous. Yeah. I do like that they made pretty much all the legendary weapons good in Night Rain. Pretty much all. There's still one notable standout that sucks, but... The mere existence of Eclipse Shotel is kind of baffling. Yep. Yeah, yep. Don't tell me there's a dog chasing me. There is. Okay, we'll just quit out so that the dog isn't here. Like, it's very sad no one ever uses Milady in Bingus. It's a garbage weapon. It's just not good. Milady is truly just not good. So I don't know why anybody ever would use it for Bingus. It's just worse than Greatsword without wing stance. I think even with wing stance, I don't think wing stance is that good. Cancel me. I don't think wing stance is that good. Like, it might be usable. I do not think it will carry a bad weapon. Ow. Yeah, my bad. The light greatswords are more fun than good. I also find them very boring, personally. I really hate the light greatsword moveset.
Nice to meet you all, gentlemen.
Yep.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. I do not like the light greatsword moveset. I think it feels really bad to me. Like, completely outside of the power level of the actual numbers of the attacks. I think it looks bad. I think it feels bad. And I know it's like they, you know, went with actual medieval sword techniques or whatever, but like, it just doesn't, I just don't like, I don't like it. Are you saying that because you hate Leda? No, I tried out Milady on my casual playthrough. I mean, I don't have the full, well, I do have the full VODs, but they're not like uploaded anywhere. But I tried it out and I was like, I don't like this. It's weird. Like, it feels like you're swinging to whiff, if that makes sense. Like, I like the feeling of committing to your attack. And I know that's not, like, the most efficient thing to do, you know, in a historical context of a battle. You need to, like, be ready to do your next swing. But, like... Nice. Oh! And I'm height diffed, so I didn't get the riposte. Okay. Don't treat them like an NPC. Don't try to try to interrupt them. Are you daring to say video games should consider fun over realism? What about my verisimilitude? True. And I'm sure that all of you are medieval martial arts experts that can recognize instantly when it's realistic or not. No, I mean, I think a lot of people just like the way that it looks. It looks very flowy. I hate the way that it looks. I hate how flowy it is. Get over here. Oh. Yo, Blanks! Thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. Done with Bengus for the night? No, don't fall! You idiot. Have good practice matches, yo. Thank you. Blanks Raiders will agree with me about light greatswords. Blanks is a knower that light greatswords are not it. Lose the square, no. Oh. Never go for two there. Okay. Oh, okay. Was not expecting that to connect. Stab. If a mob dies to gravity, does that lock you out of the square or just require you to kill? You just have to kill another one. As long as it respawns, just kill another one. Only if it doesn't respawn, if it's something like Fire Knight hoods, which are just mobs. Oh, no. Get away from the edge. No! You fool. Maybe I can't practice this one so well, because you should just kill him before he does that. Well, time for cat games, back on the grind. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Alright. Hopefully that's enough curse blading. The one in Graveside playing next to Grace, the best one to practice on? Yep, I started with that one. Practiced it till I got pretty comfortable with that one, and then I was like, I should practice the ones in Morth and see if I can understand their terrain. And nope, I can't really understand their terrain. I'm a Seahawks fan? Well, I do live in Seattle, or near Seattle. Gotta rep the hometown. Rip Russell Wilson's career. Well, you know, it's been ripped for a while. It's... Speaking of repping the hometown, why must every Mariners game go into extra innings? That's just mean, Deeds Bear. Too soon. 10 years, but too soon. Live in Texas, you go for Green Bay, not the Cowboys. Ah. Did you ever live in Green Bay? Did you have some reason to root for Green Bay? Because the score is tied at the bottom of the ninth. Yeah, and also... Actually, I guess they're in the middle of the 10th. Excuse me. I want to practice the dancing lion. I'm pretty mediocre at the dancing lion. Like, I can get the job done because he's generally not scaled too high, but I'd rather have, like, a good fast fight. I think it could save a lot of time in a bingo. Huge leadoff double. No, I'm pretty sure that's just how they start extra innings now. Just with a guy on second. Like a different team than my dad rooted for, and Aaron Rodgers was the GOAT at the time. So you're a bandwagoner, I see. But fair enough. Ugh. Ugh. I could practice this Curse Blade Assassin. Saw a vid of Sekiro Rando and got a new sub. Let's go. Oh. Speaking of, there will be another Sekiro bingo video up. We did the bingo against Aggie, and now it just needs to be uploaded. Bengus. Oh, I'm surprised I got an attack off there. I think with a heavier weapon, I would have been punished for that. Oh, you don't have time to heal there. Okay. Okay. Didn't know. Didn't know. Best tip to beat all Souls games? Reduce the enemy's HP to 0 while keeping your own above 0. It works every time. Is this unscaled practice? Basically. We're doing it with a +0 weapon and no skidoo. Okay, that combos. Yo. Need a team to root for. What's the worst meme team that always loses besides the Dodgers? Someone I hate loves them. Well, the Dodgers are not a meme team that always loses. The Dodgers are a very, very, very good team. Historically, the Mariners is actually a pretty good pick for meme team that always loses. Had the longest playoff drought in American sports history, I think. Okay. Nothing you can do about a point blank breath. Good practice for the next unscaled randomizer race. Yeah, if it's unscaled and also +0, this will be a great practice, yeah. Oh! No, and that combos. Okay. Think you're really cool. Great work bingoing so far. Yo, thank you, Waldo's here. Paid chatter. I hate how much earlier all of Dancing Lion's hitboxes hit you than they visually appear like they should. From YouTube, good runs, yo, thank you. Okay. Yeah, that extra hit was obviously greedy. Ugh, see, that hitbox just comes out way earlier than it's actually going. That's so sad. Is gonna run the 2v2 Pracky? I don't know. I don't know if there will be 2v2 Pracky or if it's too late and everyone's gone to bed. The usual 2v2 squad would be Tom, CBD, and Swed, but couldn't get away because there was a wall right where I needed to be. Nice. What? A full combo to death after what's normally a safe punish? Huh. Okay. I guess that's not a safe punish. Maybe Too Late Blanks was trying to get one around earlier and wasn't able to. Hmm. Oh, they're doing one. Domo filled in. Bud Blanks, Tom Domo are gaming now. Yeah, so if they're still going after, which I mean, might be too late. Swed might be like, I'm tired, or Tom might be like, I'm tired. Especially because I think Tom has a game tomorrow. I don't expect that Domo's gonna keep going after that one. Ah. Didn't quite get out. God, I really just wish the Dancing Lion was a better fight. What? Did it just stop randomly in the middle of its... I wish the camera was better. I wish the hitboxes were better. I wish it didn't combo into itself for no reason. Got the starters coming out of the pen on both sides. You know it's big time. I mean, it's game 5. Win or go home. Surprised that still hit me. That felt like a pretty well-timed roll, but I guess the position I rolled to was bad, so it just lingered. What? Oh. Oh. Correct dodge, but I got stuck on him. Nice. There we go. Ah, yeah. Wonder if that's the right play. Don't dodge in or out. Dodge sideways. That's definitely the correct dodge there. Nice. Nice. Oh. Dancing Lion? Oh, he did the, like, short version again. Nice. Okay. Okay, lightning phase. I don't know how to deal with the lightning. And aside from run away from him and never engage, but that doesn't seem fast for winning Bingus squares. Really? That full combos to death. Okay. Darn. Alright. We made it through the first phase, like, actually hitless, so I'll just start using Frost to get to the second phase, and then I gotta start learning the second phase. I hate how early the hitboxes connect. Got a little stuck on a weird camera where I couldn't get to where I wanted to. Sure. I was stuck on the ground. Dang it! As much as I hate this boss, I wanted in Night Rain. I suppose I could see that. I mean, it's better than, like, Royal Revenant, so... If they gave it the hippo treatment of only first phase... And even if they didn't, it'd go down so quickly, it's not like you'd see much of second phase anyway. +0 weapon fight. That's what I'm doing for practice. I should be using the frost though to just get through first phase since I'm trying to practice the second phase. That combos for some reason and also hits me when it shouldn't. Cool. His hitboxes get so messed up if you're like to the side of him. They just like hit you way before he's even close to you with his actual like hitting parts. Nice. Like that. He's not even diving yet and you just get hit. That's not, I suppose, being sideways to him like I said, but just in general, the hitboxes turn on way too early, which is a big problem in all of Shadow of the Erdtree. All of Elden Ring, actually. The hitbox is just turning on too early. Did a backstep instead of a roll. Did I choose the Dragon Katana any particular reason? It's a randomizer, so it's what I randomly got at the Katana check spot. And I'm guaranteed to always have a Katana at the worst, so it's the best weapon type in general to practice with. I can then after this practice with another weapon type as well to get multiple weapon types of practice, but the most likely weapon type that I will end up using in any given run is a katana. Oh, random lightning. Yeah. I'm dead. Yep. Is Great Katana a katana or colossal weapon? It's a great katana. Do you mean what check does it go with? It goes with katana checks. So it is somewhat likely that we might find a great katana, but not as likely as a regular katana because there are way more regular katanas in the game. God, that move is so annoying with its hitbox activating early and it full comboing. Yeah, bad idea. I had to try though. Pitching and defense in this game is insane. Yeah, I know. I don't get to watch it, but I'm tabbing out between every attempt to check the score, check on the game, and yeah, it's got my heart rate up. Not gonna lie, tiny bit distracted from my practice. Ah, I forgot about the second one. Twelfth inning. Yep. Bah. I should probably at this point power up enough that I can get to the second phase quickly. Because that's the one I really need to practice. And then from there, I can maybe swap. Maybe I should have like one powered up weapon and one not powered up weapon. So I can get to the second phase quickly and then take my time there. Or maybe just at the very least, I should just have enough armor and skidoo defense that I don't get one shot, so I don't have to just start over every time. Just keep the +0 weapon. Maybe even purchase a bunch of defensive talismans. Ow. Get down here, please. Yeah, of course, that combos. How am I doing? Pretty good. All right, let's do that. Let's grab our runes, quit out to maintain them. And then gain a bunch of defense. All right. Have you finished the Path of Pain Curiosity Cat Edition? Not yet. But go Hawks, let's go. But first, we've got to get ready for our bingo match on Sunday. Also, go M's. Okay, so let's grab our armor. Let's grab our defensive talismans. Pure defense setup. and see how this will get us. Yeah, I think is this the worst greatsword in the game? The lizard greatsword? I don't actually know how it handles as a sword. I know it's got that like special like shooty projectile thing, but I assume that outside of that, it is garbage. Aggie loves Lizzie, but it's Wonk. It's the one that's got the projectile. Yeah, it's pretty bad. That's what I thought. Well, go back. All right, pure defense. Pure defense. I mean, I guess I could even do Crimson Amber Medallion for even more defense. Sure, why not? Pure don't die defense. Or I could go with lightning resist. Let's just go with generic defense. Did you check the Black Knight at the chapel? Nope. That's not the purpose here. I'm just trying to live just enough. That I can practice things without dying immediately. I'm not trying to do too much damage or stagger or whatever else. Just trying to live long enough that I can actually learn the moves. Yeah, a little bit of difference in the damage taken. Whoa. I'm playing like garbage this time, though. Now that I have the safety net, I'm playing bad. Let me just start this over. Let me just start this over real quick. Oh, do I check it in general? Usually no, unless if I happen to be on a Skidoo collection journey after I have an already upgraded weapon, I will. But yeah, only if sorry, just looked at the balls and strikes thing on ESPN, and I know most of you don't care about baseball, but this box is the strike zone, and apparently that number 4 there was called a strike. That is not a strike. And it would have been a walk, which would have advanced. That's silly. Just should have been a walk instead of an out. Look at how early that hitbox turned on. How did I get hit there? He wasn't even in the process of starting to start. And the hitbox was just on. I swear FromSoft used to be better about that, but maybe I'm wrong. Kind of better to get hit by random lightning than... Oh, and that one way before he swung too. I guess maybe that one's excusable because there's wind coming out of his mouth, so the wind hit me before his mouth hit me. I don't know. I still think that's very silly. Again, way before he's starting to hit. At a certain point, it's on me to just know that it's gonna hit before it should. There's only so many times you can get hit by bad hitboxes and still blame the game. At a certain point, I have to know the hitboxes suck. Ah, I had to dodge for the random lightning, but... Okay. Yeah, yeah. This boss was the first time in DLC with 3 Skidoo. It wasn't quite fun. I am currently at 3 Skidoo for this practice. You may, in theory, in a game, want to fight it with as little as 3 Skidoo. Although, you would probably also have a leveled up weapon, so... Nice camera. I can very much see what is happening. Yeah, I also fought Rolana first. I hate that. Alright, you want to back up and... Oh, didn't even back up, just... Yep, couldn't see anything. I can't see anything he's doing. It's really weird to try to avoid taking hits when he's in the ice phase. Why does that combo? Ah! I hate that move. The hitbox is just obviously too big. It matches the visual, but like... it is just literally too large. You can run fully sideways and still just get clipped by it. They really did just kind of throw good design out of the window on a lot of DLC bosses. Oh, he does that at a weird angle. Yep, random lightning. Except Peekdra and Mesmer mostly. Yep. You forgot to do lightning reversal. Wait, wrong game. Bottom of the 13th inning. In the baseball game that probably 1/10 of you care about. Normally it's 9, so we've had another half of a game. Okay. I'll take an easy boss. Still takes a bit to learn over Rolana. Yeah, I don't love Rolana. What is happening? He's being weird. Oops. I think you just take that chip damage, I think is the fastest thing to do. I don't know about that too, but I know that obviously there are ways to hitless the boss, but feels like if you want to do the boss quickly, you're just gonna take chip damage. Oh, the chip prevented me from dodging the second bit of that. Oh, cool. And that combos. Yep. Couldn't see anything. Dang it. Hey, this is easy if you only engage with wind phase. Yeah. That would be a way to do it. Not very fast, yeah. Yeah, I don't know if you can practice this boss for low weapon level. It feels like you're just gonna die eventually. If you're trying to practice the fast strat with low damage. Okay. Once again, the early hitbox for no reason. Love random lightning. Wasn't expecting the follow-up. Yeah, too much chip. Woo! I wonder if it's worth just practicing this boss specifically with upgraded, since you can see what chip damage you are allowed to take in the fight. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. It feels like I can do this, though, but it's so hard. With fully upgraded weapon, we would obviously have it. It's like... But it's like, I don't just want to have it where I can barely win. It's like I want to crush the boss. It's just really, really hard to do that when his hitboxes are all... so, you know... Activate too early, linger too long, too large. The first phase, like I've got, when it doesn't have the added effects, but then they were just like, what if we made his hitboxes larger and linger longer? And have random lightning that just strikes somewhere where you can't reasonably predict it. If you watch Elden Ring hitboxes on YouTube, they're surprisingly fine. I mean, I have, but they are not surprisingly fine. A lot of I'm assuming it's the I think it's One Babe, Two Babe is the name of the channel. Showed some awful, well, didn't even show like any of the worst bosses, but showed some egregiously bad hitboxes, and then we're like, yeah, this kind of matches the visual. And it's like, okay, but why is the visual active for 74 frames when your dodge lasts for 15? It's not like, if all you're looking at is visually slowed down, does it kind of match with where their arm is? Like, kinda. But you could like watch some of them activate way before they were swinging, and there was just no comment on that. Not that that video was terrible. It was a fun watch. I like those, watching those videos, but yeah. Anyway, we can use the bingo boards that you guys use for bingo brawlers or for practice. Yeah, go to bingobrawlers.com. Well, not everything is, but the previous season stuff is. Okay. Luckily, this attack seems to be pretty consistent in the lightning phase. even if you... Why does that hit way before he's attacking every time? Yo!
Rounding up to the nearest year, that's already 3 years.
That's math. Frenzy, thank you for the sub. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Quick maths. Just round it up. There must be an error with your banana, not showing the diamonds for 3 years. Why does that one just guaranteed hit you with the second one? Somehow lived through those random lightnings. No way to not get hit by that point blank, though. Sure. Nice. some chip damage. Sure. Oh, finally. Okay. First try, easy. +0 weapon, 3 skidoo, let's go. Good luck with the 1v0 bingo. I hope you win. Thank you. I haven't even looked at what's on the board. Oh, kill a boss with a +0. There it is. We've done it. Again. Oh, he doesn't give a remembrance weapon, though. I can't give kill a remembrance boss with a remembrance weapon. The meta route. Surely. You could... No, you really could not. You really could not do this as your actual +0. Don't let Zoodle do commentary. He puts on a lot of commentators' curse. Yeah. But, maybe he'll curse my opponents, so... There's no way I ever do it, but it's good lion practice. Yeah, very good lion practice. I still don't feel quite right on the ice phase, but honestly, the other two phases I was feeling pretty good. 15th inning. Oh boy. Every time I watch and it goes into extra innings, it always goes to a ridiculously long inning and then we lose. Hopefully that is not the case this time. Go down as one of the greatest games of all time, no matter how it ends. Perhaps. And how much better would it be to win the greatest game of all time? Just you or the floor is extra shiny. Well, if you mean with the blood. He was polishing the floor, yeah. You might be fine on E-Dread practice. You would think that. It is meta plus 0, so good to practice, yeah. I mean, it takes so long plus 0, like... It's kind of a bait square. Like, in the same way Kiloboss 0 Skidoo was something that players wanted removed, I kind of feel like the Kiloboss plus 0 for the DLC should just be removed. Like, Kiloboss plus 0 in the base game, like, makes sense, but, like, In the DLC, it's so ridiculously long. And it, like, doesn't show progress on anything. It's not really a challenge because everybody knows how to fight Edred +0. It's kind of a boring square. It's kind of just a boring, long square that, like, doesn't really add much. It's not the worst square of all time. That goes to 7 sorceries. Or 7, 8, or 9 sorceries in the DLC. It's just not a good one. Let's hear Edred is just boring, yeah. I don't think audiences even, like, care that much for it either.
Percent raw input, percent?
Percent raw input, percent? Was better when you were guaranteed great katana. Yeah, because then at least it was over somewhat quickly. And even then, I don't think it was the best. Like, it was a novelty for a little bit. I don't think it was, like, an actually great, like, square that we're like, damn, that's one of the good... It was just like, oh, that's kind of fun. Middle of the 15th. Middle of the 15th inning. Dummy, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Sorry, I was a little late on that. I didn't see it behind the bingo board, so I wanted to kill him first, then swap over and thank you properly. But yo, let's go. Tom Instant makes blanks count his incantations before marking square today. Yeah, it's dumb. It's not a good thing. It's very bad. It should just not be the way that it is, and I will stand by this firmly. And I, you know, feel kind of bad about having to say it because obviously I'm not trying to cause a fuss. I'm not trying to be a troublemaker. But like I so firmly believe for myself and for others that we cannot have squares that the randomizer can decide whether you get credit or not. I believe that so firmly. And I will not accept that. There's a whole reason that, like, whenever anybody says, why don't you do randomizer bingo? It's like, that would be a nice novelty. That is not a competitive setting. Randomizer bingo is not a competitive setting. We've made somewhat competitive randomizer bingo for, we were like, just the weapons and only within their classes, and that can be competitive, right? When you'd, like, do it very specifically. But the reason that randomizer bingo is not competitive, cannot be a competitive format, is because if you randomize, let's say, the bosses, well, now you have no idea what square you will get or won't get if you head into a boss arena. So you can't make strategies, you can't plan, you can't do that. This is a much smaller extent. You might just have to grab one extra sorcery, but that can determine a match, whether you have to get one extra sorcery before you are allowed to mark a square can absolutely swing an entire match. And so it takes away the competition if it's just random whether you get to mark it or not. Randomizer bingo needs a different board, yeah. Randomizer bingo would just be rolling the dice 100 times, yep. Which could be fun. That for like a one-off video, a little joke video, could be totally fun. It's just not a good format for like a whole league. Like the weapon randomizer, as it doesn't just evolve into every player using the same weapon every game, but the rest shouldn't be random. Yeah, I mean, I don't think everyone using the same weapon is a problem, like, pretty much at all. Personally, it's like, okay. So instead of always using the great katana, we're always using a katana. That's sometimes a great katana and sometimes a regular katana. Like, the difference, I don't feel like is that much. Or we get another weapon that's better than a katana. We get like a great sword or a great axe or something. And a lot of the good weapons play very similarly anyway. So I personally don't think it matters that much. I also, in general, don't think the type of weapon that you use in Elden Ring matters that much. Everything is, like, the actual combat is relatively the same, aside from, like, the ability to stagger, or just having higher or lower damage. But that's personal. As an audience, you are entirely allowed to be like, I like seeing different things, even if they play the same. But to me, it's like, if they play the same, I don't see the point in, like, making a point of emphasis that we need to have different weapons. But they all kind of play similar. But Alablaster, true. We should just make it not randomized weapons. We should just make every weapon Alablaster. All right, who should I practice now? Who should I practice now? Who low skidoo plus 0 should I practice? I don't actually think the majority of the audience cares. Like, I enjoy both versions. I think that's true as well. But I do think the most vocal audience members, once they've seen the randomizer, are like, you should always do the randomizer. You should never do unrandomized ever again. Are like the most vocal people on that. Rolana, we've practiced Rolana a lot. Putrescent we practiced last time. But both of those are not bad ones to just practice some more. Hold on, let me grab the next grace at least. I'm down to just do either of those more anyway. If the runners think it's all the same, then adding that spice for those that do like it has no real downside. Well, the downside is it feels the same, but the power levels are wildly different. So the benefit in general, I think, of a weapon randomizer is to have things that feel different. I think that's the positive part. If two things feel different, then you can feel like you're getting a new experience when you play with one instead of the other, right? And I think the downside is the power level difference. I think it is a bad thing if the randomizer randomly gives one person something that's stronger and someone else something that's weaker, and that determines the outcome of a match, right? In my opinion, the positive is the difference in feel, the negative is the difference in power. And I personally don't think the difference in feel is that large, but we know firsthand the difference in power is very large. Matches have absolutely been entirely swung based on someone killing Ancient Dragon Man early and getting a great katana, like Rakshasas or something. Or somebody checking that axe check that the other person didn't check in Bonnie and getting something good. You know, like, there's so many times where the power level between the two players can be vastly different, but they're both, you know, playing with big weapon that you R1 with, and it hits relatively slow and staggers the enemy and causes bleed and or frost. You know? Like, every weapon that you want is kind of the same, but there can be the really good one you want and the one that's, like, good enough that you want. Have the opportunity to find the same. It's equality of opportunity, and taking advantage of opportunity is a skill. It would be, except that where you check or don't check, you can't check every single thing. So it's like, oh, you both had the same opportunity to check that spot. Okay, but if I needed to go to Shadowkeep to maintain my majority, and the opponent needed to go to Southern Coast and went through Ancient Dragon Man, which had the Great Katana, there was no opportunity for me to get that same katana at the same time in the match as them, because if I did go down there, I lose the match, because I, you know, had progress towards Shadow Keep and I gave it up to go to the southern coast instead just to check that katana, and my opponent is ahead of me there, and so I just lose all the squares. Like, the way that bingo plays out isn't, oh, just check every single place. Like, it'd be cool if it was just the knowledge of, do you know every single place to check? That's just not how it works. You have to check the things that are along your route, otherwise you're too inefficient and you lose. Or, for example, there's a square that might be kill Demi-Human Mariga. She can give a great katana. So if one person goes for that square, obviously the other person isn't going to follow them and kill Demi-Human Mariga way down there just to check for a great katana. Now, in most matches, both players end up with the same weapon, which is fine. It doesn't matter. Like, my complaints about the difference in power are gone. But also, the audience's perceived, I want players to use different weapons, also goes down, because they're using the same weapon. It's not going to always be the same weapon as a previous match, but they'll be using the same as each other, so. GG Mares, let's go! Let's go! Woo! Moving on to the, I forget what the next round is called. For the first time in a really long time. Let's go. ALCS, that's it. We were in the ALDS, now it's the ALCS. It was the American League Divisional Series, now it's the American League Championship Series? Something like that. Let's go, let's go. Sheesh. Let's go. Let's go, my Seattle Mariners. For me, it's the same between matches, which bores me in normal bingo races. Same between matches, which bores you in normal bingo races. Okay, that's fair. So if both players are using the same weapon, but at least it's not the same weapon as last time, you're okay with that? I'm kind of okay with that too, because then at least there's not like a huge difference in power. Anyway, I'm just randomly unlocking areas to go so I can practice bosses if I want. I don't know where I'm actually headed. But this is like the autopilot that you just do every match. Random starting class would mostly solve it. Maybe. I mean, I certainly would be okay with us having starting classes. And in fact, I have slightly lobbied for it before. I haven't gone very hard on the lobbying like I have for the... You should not have unique sorceries be a requirement for the DLC because it makes no sense. That one I am lobbying hard for. The we should have random classes. I'm like, it would be nice. It would be nice if we had random classes. Is no one practicing today? What are they up to in the Discord? They have gone to bed, so I guess not. They were earlier, but they are not right now. I'm okay with that. Honestly, I mean, I don't know. It's weird to practice something that's competitive. Like, it's so much easier to practice a speed run where it's the same every time, and so much harder to practice a bingo match where it's not the same every time. Like, I can get really good at every individual boss, and then I might still just make the wrong decision on the board and lose. But if I get really good at every boss, at least I'll know, hey, I can, if we get to this boss at the same time, I can kill it faster, which is a really nice advantage to have. Thing I've always wondered about is something like Zero Hit Leagues where Domo just prepares a build for everything for that day. I mean, there is a Zero Hit League that happens, but you're talking about, I guess, something else. I only care about the cinema. Fighting racing for the last squares. Yeah, I mean, and that's going to happen no matter what. It doesn't matter what the rules are. It doesn't matter what the weapons are. It doesn't matter who the players are. There will always somehow be 12 to 13 races. It is always going to happen. Or I guess I should say 12 to 12 races for the 13th square. Like, it does not matter. That is just always going to happen. Not on every single match, but there will always be matches where that happens because, like, that's just the nature of humans. You play up or down to your opponent. You're gonna have a match that goes to the 15th inning before your team finally scores the walk-off run, you know? Happened twice today, yep. Both times with team positive vibes. I'm reminding myself that this is an Iris of Grace. I'm reminding myself that this is a pot. To come here for Elden Ring talk. Yes, only Elden Ring talk. No talk of other events that would have been happening at the same time. When is my next match? Sunday. Not on Saturday because Aggie has a thing. So we had to unfortunately move the match from Saturday. So we'll be back Sunday. Actually, my team lost up to the 15th inning. Dang. Maybe you can take some solace when the Mariners finally win the World Series and break the longest non-World Seriesing of all time ever, never to be repeated. Copium, yeah, well, I need to have the copium. All in on the Brewers. Didn't know this. So this is a doubleheader on Sunday. No, Sunday is just going to be one game. The match got moved to after TwitchCon for the makeup match because unfortunately just nothing else would work. Nobody else was able to like swap into our spot and all that. Has every MLB team won a World Series at some point? Hold on, let me double check this. Google, which teams have never won a World Series? Franchises, 5 franchises have yet to hoist the Commissioner's Trophy. The Colorado Rockies, Milwaukee Brewers, San Diego Padres, Seattle Mariners, and Tampa Bay Rays. 25 of the 30 teams have won at least one World Series. But the Rockies have made a World Series appearance. The Brewers have made a World Series appearance. The Padres have made 2 World Series appearances. The Rays have made 2 World Series appearances, and the Seattle Mariners have never made it to the World Series. The only team in baseball to never have made it to the World Series. And we are 1 series away. A 50-50, a coin flip to make it for the first time ever. What sport is that? Baseball.
Number 1 rule of any competition, always cheer for the guy who beats you so your loss doesn't look as bad when they win it all.
Exactly. Agreed. Unless it's your division rival that you hate. But presumably the Tigers don't particularly care about the Mariners all that much. If it's your division rival that you hate, you can still root against them. Guardians fan first, Tiger second. So you're cooked. Fan here rooting for Mariners for Naylor. Let's go. My streamer likes sports, unfollow. I know. It's fair. It's a fair thing to do. I try not to talk about sports too often, but like, because I know, you know, there's always going to be people either who don't care about sports at all, or people who, because of where they live, hate my team because they live in a place where, you know, obviously, you've got rivalries and you've got teams that you hate. But I had to. On the day that we could possibly advance to the American League Championship Series for the first time in like 21 years, I had to. Bring back the Supersonics. True! Isn't it just fair game that everyone has a different team they love? Why would anyone hate someone for liking a different team? You don't have to hate someone, but you can hate the team. I've got some teams that I hate the team. I don't hate anybody who roots for them, but I do prey on their downfall. Rivalries are inherent to sports, yeah. Okay, maybe Metter? Maybe Metter would be a good practice? No, Seattle has some enemies, yep. Metter. Yeah, Metter is gonna be... I don't know that I will ever defeat her with a +0 weapon. Like, I just straight up might not. But I do think there are some dodges and punishes that I could learn a little better. I think I'm pretty good at Metter if she doesn't give me the absolute worst RNG of all time. But she's gonna give me the absolute worst RNG of all time, so I need to be ready for it. Matter of time until you can do it. Nice. Hardly know I, even her. Like the Vikings, I don't even follow the Packers anymore, and hatred for the Vikings has been ingrained deeply in me. I have a team I love in Dota TI, but I don't hate them for beating my team. I just sad. Well, yeah, it's not necessarily like you can be beaten by a team that you don't hate, but you can also hate a team that your team thrashes. It's not necessarily about the who beats your team or not. Although sometimes it is. Like, for example, I have many reasons that I hate the Houston Astros. Partly for constantly beating my team, but mostly for being filthy cheaters. Bangs a trash can, yep. Although, that is a dangerous statement to say, because for all I know, some of you guys could be from Houston, or just root for the Astros, you know, because you don't necessarily have to be from a place to root for them. And that might be an inflammatory statement, but this is how the sports goes. Ohio State fan, so I hate Michigan. I've still only seen them beat us 5 times in my life. Whoa. There we go. I'm from Houston, but I don't care about sports. Aha. Well, there you go. What time do you and Aggie go tomorrow? If you mean Saturday, our match got moved. We are no longer playing on Saturday. If you mean Sunday, it's at 10 a.m. Pacific, 12 p.m. Central, 1 p.m. Eastern. Surely I said 10 a.m. for my Pacific. 2 p.m. CST is the match tomorrow. Wait. That is the match tomorrow, but not we're not in that. Although if you get up at the normal time that Bingo Brawlers usually starts, I think Dom had some stuff planned to show off. Yeah, you can see here on the Bingo Brawlers website, Saturday is only. Wait, they're doing it. It says they're doing it at 10 a.m. I thought they were doing it at 12 p.m. I thought they were keeping the later time. I'm not 100% sure actually then what time this match is happening, but it is happening on Saturday. Blank Sonetta versus Frog Car Spin. The two winless teams? Yeah, the two winless teams. So one of them will get a win. Skipped showcase, yep. They're keeping the later slot. The website has been a bit scuffed this season. Yeah, I kind of know the reason why. Sort of like the people that usually do that have had extenuating reasons why they have not been able to keep it up as well as it normally could, and there has not been time to find someone else to like totally swap over everything and say do it as good as the previous people. Tom said he's gonna film some footage of common bingo skips to use in a future video. Yeah, makes sense. Stuff happens, yep. Did you finally win that no walking challenge in Mega Bonk? Not yet, no. But off stream, I did beat tier 3 of the first level, so how do you unlock tier 3? You beat tier 2. How do you unlock tier 2? You beat tier 1. Beat tier 2? Apparently not. I'm sure that. And the final boss is real tough. It was a doozy. You got the katana. You got that cat katana? Oh my. He's too powerful. Is Falling Star Beast a worthy practice? Honestly, I think it's a worthy practice. It's one that I used to be very, very, very good at, and I think I've slipped into just kind of good at. So with a little practice, maybe I get back to very, very, very good at. You think Desert Tier 1 is harder than Forest Tier 1? I haven't played it at all yet. I've been just trying to get Tier 3. You have to go to the second stage of Tier 2 and beat the second stage to unlock Tier 3. Yes, that's what Tier 2 is. Not really a big deal, but the changes in schedules also put additional pressure on refs, needing more flexibility if there are more matches happening in the same day. Tough life. True. Yeah, we don't interact with the refs like too much to know exactly like what's going on with them and like if there's any reffing, you know, shortages or whatever. We're kept very like, there are refs, don't worry about it. The damage is crazy. +0 and 3 skidoo. So yeah, you could say our damage is pretty good. That was a bit of a scary situation. Woo! Scary. Not a usual move to see. Maybe I am the goat of fighting falling star beasts. Alright, my jinx worked. I wanted to see if, with a jinx, I could remain hitless. The answer was no, but... Classic. Ah. He's discovered the one move that I don't even know what causes him to do it. And I have no idea how to avoid. Still kind of surprised there's only one full-grown variant in the game. Yeah, that is surprising. Oops, early. Okay, he did the weird move again, but this time I just kind of ran through it. Now, are Falling Star Beasts actually weaker to strike? Or is that like something that feels like it should be true but isn't, and they're actually equally weak to all physical? And they're only weaker to magic? Or is that gargoyles? Equally weak to all physical, okay. And then gargoyles are actually weaker to strike? Technically, they're strong to all physical. Yeah, you're right. They do not take a lot of physical damage. Gargs are strike, magic second best. Gotcha. Okay. Weak to gravity type weapons, but that's about it. Okay. I wonder if it's possible for a falling star beast to fall off the edge. Then it would truly be a falling star beast. Just tuned in and I'm already gone. You're welcome. Yeah, using a +0 weapon for practice. Yep. +0 and only 3 skidoo. And my only talismans are defensive ones, so I can live for longer to practice for longer. Might be good or something. Nah. Hooray! Okay. I think that was pretty good practice. He gives us sorcery? Although in this case, uh-oh. That might be a duplicate sorcery. Uh-oh. No credit. You go for the synergy, and it doesn't... You get nothing. That would be a strange synergy play to make. I mean, not an impossible synergy play to make, but... Nothing. Thanks, Willy Wonka. To be fair, if you're doing Falling Star Beast for the sorcery, there's got to be a better way to get all the sorceries, right? I mean... If you just need the one more. Let's say you needed 9, right? So you need to blow a finger anyway to get to buy 2 more. And then you're heading up here to blow a finger, but also Falling Star Beast is on the board. So you're like, aha, I have the perfect synergy. I do the Falling Star Beast, gets me the 1 extra. I blow the finger. That gets me the ability to buy 8 of them, and Falling Star Beast is my 9th. It is not a completely impossible synergy play. You're likely not +0 in this scenario. Well, that is true, but... Been literal decades since I have seen an episode. Every time I hear Skidoo, I think of Blue Skidoo, so we can too. Think of Steve from Blue's Clues as the Tarnished. Aha. I don't think that's the repeat of what I got. Actually, it would tell me. Yeah, so the one I got while looking similar to these is a different one. So in this particular case, it would you would have lucked out and you get to purchase 8 and have the 9th. What if all sorceries you pick up are duplicates? It's, you know, it's possible. Then you'd have to blow both fingers in order to be able to purchase enough. But the ones from Ymir don't get randomized, so they're always going to be unique. Hello, what up, Franny Burn? Still silly. Still, and by silly, I'm putting it very lightly, because I'm much more, I feel much more strongly about it than the wording silly, but I will just say very silly to have the randomizer possibly take away your progress for something that you did the objective for. Very unfortunate. Yep. Unfortunate is another word for it. Also nicer than it deserves, but... Ah. I don't know that there's ever a situation where you'd blow this finger whistle without having killed ADM. I do know of the path, but... This original Elden Ring or Shadow of the Erd Tree? This is Shadow of the Erd Tree. This is the DLC. Ancient Dragon Man plus 0 weapon is gonna be, that's actually going kind of quickly. Sure, that hits me. Oh, that was spooky.
How about the Mariners? My oh my.
My, oh my. We were just talking about the game. Huh. Whoa. Just barely missed. Of course, that doesn't let me roll in time. Oh boy, I might lose this. What is he doing? Woo! +0 weapon. Moon Veil! It's not Monday yet, though. The spreadsheets don't show the flags of NPC bosses. For what? Oh, for the anti-dragon effect. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. Oh. Not Monday. Oh, I just realized I'm also gonna have to practice Anna. Gross. And afterwards, probably Ymir. Ugh, gross. Extra doesn't say anything? Well, Extra does not always know. It's not too hard to test, yeah. Wouldn't be too hard to test, but I'm not gonna. Sure. Level vigor? But like, this is too much vigor. I will never go past 60 vigor. That's just silly. Wonder how much accurate stuff is still in Fextra compared to release. Presumably a lot less, but that is as much vigor as you get. Oh, that's not right. You gotta slowly turn around. 60 is basically max anyone should get. Yeah. Okay, well, this is fine. Getting back up from there was awkward. Okay, there we go. And then you do it like this. Easy peasy. Oh, wait. I'm supposed to do a single jump so that I land here. And then you go off like this. And then you're supposed to get a jump there before it goes off the edge. Vector's gotten so bad that their Silksong wiki claims Steel Soul mode straight up invents new bosses' moves and doesn't even perma-kill you. Huh. That doesn't... Surely there's no way that's right. There's simply no way. Like, Vextra, not good, but, like, there's no way it's that bad. Right? But that was interesting placing you on the ground. Yeah, I guess I landed before I quit out, or as I quit out. Have the Ghost Flame, Dragon's HP switch for Cerulean Coast and Skidoo Altus. They're still wrong on important stuff like that. Yep.
The conceit is then the answer never was Marika, and this known, and we have. Heavy knew that it would track that he would feel in the play. Do you, Marika? Well, it is them, the fingers we all are new.
I have to double check when someone posted a screenshot of it in the Silksong Reddit subreddit. That. And nobody would just go on the internet and tell lies, so. An Effextra game that says that high dex makes ranged weapons projectile speed and reload time better. And does it? I probably should at least get some Skidoo before taking on Anna and Metter. Like, this is gonna be silly. It does not have to be the full leveled up weapon, but I'm dead. My attacks just like missed her multiple times, so she just got to hit me for free. At least Skidoo 4. I mean, what is the lowest Skidoo that you would like ever remotely reasonably be at Metter? Like 6? Seven to 8? I mean, yeah, like you probably are 7 to 8. But like, the lowest you could possibly reasonably-ish be. I say reasonably very loosely, because it's like, if somehow it was a board where you rush Metter to get a line or block a line, and you have to do it before almost anything else, I still feel like you get to like 6. Even if you're doing it basically first thing. Does she just have moves with Claws of Night that you just can't do normally with Claws of Night? I don't think you can do a jumping throwing attack on Claws of Night. I think that's illegal. They're all normal. You can do a jumping throwing? Jump heavy is a throw? I don't remember that. Oops. That was... Not the piano hands! Oh my god, somehow none of that hit me? Piano hands, you heard that for the first time now? That's what it is, it's the piano hands. She's playing the piano on me. Oh. No way! Sad. Doing the bosses no skidoo. No! I'm doing them no weapon upgrade. For practice. At least phase 1 isn't entirely a horrible spawn of the underworld. Yeah. No, definitely mostly phase 2 that's that is the what were they thinking? Aside from the piano hands. The piano hands in phase 1 are pretty egregious. Yeah, I don't know what the... Way early. Oops. Like, how does that not avoid the damage? Oh boy. Piano hands. Okay. Success. Not again. Oh, but somehow living. Cool. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Never understood how to avoid this attack. You literally can't. It's a really well-designed boss. I dodged that hover spin by being right under her. Less hitbox to deal with. Yeah, it's just like really hard to see her then. What is their obsession with one-shot moves, unavoidable attacks? I don't know. They got a weird obsession with it in Elden Ring, and especially the DLC. And it's really awful. I really hope they get over their obsession, because it's unhealthy. Just go back to being obsessed with feet. We could all deal with that one. piano hands! Ghost Knowledge involves Raptor the Mist and Miriam's vanishing. Yeah, I mean, technically, yeah, if you involve skills, like, there's always a way to just get enough iframes, but... Dodge meaning, like, roll, not possible. Oops. Technically, you can also just be out of range of it by the time it starts. You shouldn't need to, yeah. Oh no. Oh boy. You guys get out here so that I can just... There we go. Can we not be right up against the wall? And she's like turning more into the wall instead of away from the wall. Ow. Cool. Cool. I'm just dead. I'm just, yep. Cool. Yep. Yep. I mean, I'm playing really well. I don't know that I need to practice meta anymore. I'm playing really well, and it's just, like, she's just doing unwinnable scenarios, like, multiple times in a row. So, it just is what it is. I think that is the most practice I can get on meta. I'm not going to beat her with a +0 weapon. It's just not happening. I will grab my runes, though. It's just meta, and I hardly even know her. Oh, there they are. Oh, never mind. I forgot to pick up my runes last time, so they're all gone. Rip half a mil. Oh, well. Absolutely won't be doing this fight with 0 upgrades. Yeah. Meta might be the hardest +0 because you just have to take damage, and the longer it goes, the more damage you take. Yep. Okay, but good practice. Good practice regardless. Whomst else? Whomst else? Kick runes. Is there anyone left in the DLC we haven't actually sat down and practiced? I guess I haven't actually sat down and practiced Midra. I just feel confident on Midra. Chori skip. Is Metter just not possible hitless? Metter, so the way that you do Metter hitless is, well, there's multiple potential ways to do it, but the way that I've seen is you run so far away and just wait until she does that laser, and then it's on cooldown, and then you can fight her for like a minute, and then you run away again and wait for her to do the laser again. That is the way that I've seen it. Or, if you're doing it on like regular upgrades, you just have a script. You just get her just before she's about to transition. You hit her really hard with a move that staggers her. You hit her super hard while she's staggered. You take the riposte. You hit her after and she's dead. That's the other way to do it. You can either out damage her so you never have to deal with her second phase, or literally just be so far away that if she does the move, it misses, and then only fight her for a bit and then run back away. That's insane. Wow, that sucks. Yep, it's horrible. Not good for Bingus. Nope. Or use Raptor Miriam's Vanishing. Yeah, you theoretically you could do that. I don't know that anybody relies on that. Maybe somebody does, but I haven't seen people rely on that. When Aggie was doing something with Hitless, he was just running away. I don't remember exactly what though. Maybe he was doing randomizer hitless and that's why he had to run away, because he didn't have Miriam's Vanishing Raptor of the Mist. I don't know. What about a Death Knight? I don't think have I hard practiced a Death Knight? I don't think I have. Was this the club run? We did start with a club. Maybe you throw a quick Midra in to refresh. You know, Midra's not particularly quick to get to, but I could probably go to Midra, yeah. I met with Aggie. Oh, I don't know. I don't remember. I don't remember what exactly it was. I just remember watching him do it and thinking, wow, that sucks. That's awful. I'm glad that's not me. Sure, well, let's do Death Knight, then Midra. Use John practice for Graces? That would be faster. But technically, practice on the movement isn't bad either. And practice on Jory, I suppose. Oh god, Jory! Oh, Jory actually is a good one to practice. Just getting into the backstab loop over and over. Are you guys allowed to do skips to get to this catacomb? Yes. In most games, it's not faster to, because you're not going to be at the spot of the skip. But if you happen to be at the spot of the skip, yes, you can do it. Wait, there is a skip to get to this that people do. Somebody remind me of the skip to get... it's not the Red Bear one. The Red Bear one is allowed, but generally too far out of your way. From High Road Cross. Yeah. It is not a Stake of America. Okay, you guys just jump down into the fort. Yeah. I need to learn that one. I mean, a lot of times I will, if there's Death Knight on the board, I'll just grab that Grace in front of Castle Ensis, and I feel like that's pretty fast, but... What's your favorite non-remembrance DLC boss? Jory? No, obviously it's gotta be Lamenter. Come on. Okay, so from the fort, so you go to the fort, same as you would normally do for Geru? Finally beat tier 2 forest, easy, let's go. You've actually unlocked starting to play the game. Tier 3 is where the game actually starts. You made it through the tutorial. Go around the lake, then there's a drop. Okay, so... yeah, I mean, presumably we start from... here, where we can redo it if we need to. Okay, and then I just need to find... I mean, I guess you just go into the fort, comma, night. Some pillory stuff to get to ground level. I mean, it feels like you could just jump, not to the bottom there, but land on one of the corners. It feels like you could. You jump over the rampart onto the bridge. So I guess this is a slippery corner? Oh. Well, there's also a Stake of America, but I guess that would be counted as a stake skip. And I don't really understand the point of banning using a Stake of America that's slower than the skip you were attempting to do when you fail it. Because at that point, you've, like, attempted the skip. Like, you've already done the skippy part. Did you just jump down from here? Oh, and that you're just down now. I mean, was that it? Hardly even felt like a skip. That's like intended path. Easier to do a blanket ban, I guess. I mean, I don't think it is. Because then it had to get into, like, the specifics of, like, okay, if you are in the Stake of America before you leave the ground, then it counts as being in the Stake of America. And then it's not a stake skip. Whereas if you enter the Stake of America, which actually, wait, we're in the Stake of America right here. So if I jumped, this is legal. Because I'm just in the Stake of America the whole time. That's actually legal. Yeah. I mean, it's not faster, I don't think, but... I think Tom was practicing a faster version of this where he goes down the cliffside. Oh, yeah, I've seen that, and I don't like it. You go, like, from here, I think. I think you have to... Don't you have to land on a tree? Yeah, you have to do that. Which, like, is faster, but, like... I'm gonna mess that up so badly. And then if you wanted to do it as the skip... to the catacombs, this wouldn't really work. This is more of a Garu skip. The cliffside version is weather dependent. Yeah, that's silly. But I mean, I suppose you could then go to Garu. Say hi. Hi, Gary. Walk on by. Then I'd have to climb this. This seems not good. If it's rainy or windy, That skip is impossible. Oh. Oh, that didn't feel like death, but I guess it is death. Hi, Gary. The trees move in the wind, yeah. Oh, it's windy. It's a little windy. It's heckin' windy. Yep. The trees move in the wind. Wind won't stop us. It did. Oh, there's actually 2 different Stakes of America. One in the fort and one below the fort. Oh. It feels like there's probably a faster way down from here to the bottom. Like, if you just... I mean, I'm not saying that's consistent, but that was definitely faster. So it is a stake skip, technically. Technically, I suppose. Just like, if you can literally walk from one place to another. Like, this isn't... this... Do you guys even consider this a skip down? I think this is literally... Well, I mean, I'm kind of, like... The exact spot I'm going is kind of a skip. But I don't really consider this a skip. I just consider this a faster version of, like, already existing movement. Because, like... If you get down to that bridge, you're just at the correct height to drop. Like, you just live this. That's just, you just live that. That's just normal movement. So calling it a stake skip when it's literally you just walk down feels really weird to me. This isn't really a skip, it's just a route. Right, but the bans on stake skips would ban using the Stake of America if you failed that. If you fell and died on that, you wouldn't be allowed to use the Stake of America, even though you're not doing it for a skip, you're doing it for intended movement. Because when you left... Oh. Whoops. Jumped a little too far. Because when you left the ground, you were not in the Stake of America that you die in. Stake slower route doesn't roll off the tongue. I know, I just... It's weird to me. I guess just don't die. I mean, yeah, it's faster that way anyway. You just use the grace again and it's fine? No? Yeah, it's fine. It's just like, I don't understand the point of banning that. Like, just don't mess it up, forehead, but... Yeah, that's, I think, the fastest version. It feels like this even would only be faster if either you had that grace or you didn't have the Castle Ensis grace. Because I'm pretty sure Castle Front over to there is probably only even a little bit slower than going from this grace down. And if you're not doing Geru for any reason, I think going from High Road Cross to here, then down, is just slower than just riding like this. In fact, you can literally see it on the map. It's definitely... This is a skip that is slower than going the normal way if you picked up Castle Front on the way. But I guess maybe depending on your rush, you wouldn't have Castle Front. You might have done the Gravestone skip. So, anywho. Drop one more level on Torrent, then sprint jump over the ladder. Saves another second or so. It's 10 seconds faster, if I remember correctly. I mean, there's no way it's 10 seconds faster than going from Castlefront. From Skidoo West Altus here could be 10 seconds faster than Castlefront. But High Road Cross to here is definitely not 10 seconds faster than Castlefront. This is for if you did to skip up to ADM, yeah. Or if you just have a rush square at the start that you just feel like is so important that you need to skip every grace. Ten seconds if you're using the skip to get to Geru. Oh, yeah. On the tree. It's definitely possible that that makes the difference, but... Alright, how good am I against this particular Death Knight? I have hardly practiced the other Death Knight at all. I really should practice that one, even though it's like only one specific scenario of 2 catacombs and no Jory that you would ever do it, but... Where are all the DLC Catacombs torture? Because that's what they wanted. So the Death Knight is easier, IMO? Probably not for me, just because I have more experience on this one, but I could see it. Wonder if you can get a backstab at the end of that. I stole that strat from watching Swed in the GDQ hotfix that he and Tom did. You think it'd be faster to not take the backstabs? Okay, not how I drew it up. I need to try it one more time so that I can see if I can backstab it. The backstabs reset poise. They do. So if you are backstabbing, you will never get a front stab. Have to run away because he backed up first. I always forget that you can't hit a Death Knight while they're down. You have access to any holy stuff like Sacred Blade? I would, potentially. You can backstab him at the end of it. Worth. For practice, I'm not going to use something that's good against him, because that would then somewhat be worse practice. I want to get practice with it in a difficult setting, where I am forced to get good. Sacred Blade we can't get specifically, but you can make your weapon holy. Okay, it's just, I guess it's just not the worst thing if you get hit by that. But it wasn't exactly what I was hoping for. Any base game Ash of Wars unless you happen to find a weapon that comes with it by default. So if there's a weapon that comes with Sacred Blade by default, you could get it. Nice. Is there any weapon that has Sacred Blade by default? Twin Sword might. At least it doesn't like Night Rain, but that's like a you couldn't take it off of that and onto something else, I think. This is why I said they can buy the Wet Blade. Indeed, indeed. What if I check what's at Milady? 444.44. Let's go. Or not, yeah, at Milady. Is there a good great sword there? Wait, actually, which you would do by going this way. Michelin Knight Sword. Okay. Wait. Is it down? Oh, it is down here. And then here. Is Milady ever a check? Surely not. Theoretically. If everything else is dog, this could be your final hope. And Ordova's Greatsword? Usable. Oh. Not great, but usable. Too slow, but if you could route a greatsword check into the game, you could weapon diff someone for sure. For sure. If you happen to get Ala Blaster, if you happen to get hold on. The one that Domo doesn't think is a top 5 weapon. Helfin Steeple. If you happen to get... There's a lot of good greatswords. Honestly, Flamberge is a great sword. It's just a great sword with bleed. It's just a great sword with bleed, but like that's kind of exactly what you want. Steel hammer, yeah, hammer is also a possible check. Like, you might check the hammer over the greatsword. Even though I think maybe greatswords are better. Like, this comes with 2 skidoo, so you feel less bad about checking it. Michelin would be amazing, board depending. Yeah. Elfin, Flamberge, Alablaster. Excuse me. Yeah. Milos. Yep, Milos also a great one. A lot of very, very strong weapons, potentially. If you need to kill Gaius, Ghost Flame, etc. So what do you think about just upgrading the club and making it holy for those? I mean, if you did get Rotten Battlehammer, well, I don't know if Rotten Battlehammer would actually even be that good, making it sacred, because I don't know that the Rot would help that much against, like, the, you know, Deathrite Bird and, like, Ghost Flame Dragon and stuff, but it's probably still better than Club. Honestly, Club is still a really good weapon. I don't know that I would say it's a really good weapon, but it's a really okay weapon. I feel like Club is a really okay weapon. Like, it's really okay, you know? Not your normal, average, everyday okay. It's really okay. Post a link to the clip of the skip I was referring to that Tom was practicing. Sure, yeah. Good stance and decent R1 damage. Yeah, it's just like... It's too fast. Which isn't in itself a bad thing, but like, it being fast makes it less poise and damage per hit. And oftentimes, you just like can only get one hit in, regardless of how big of a weapon it is. High B tier weapon? I might say low B, but somewhere in the B, probably, for sure. That looks real scary. That looks real scary to me. Try it. Try it, they say. Try it, they say. Fine, I'll try it. Oh, whoops, not there. R2 does really good stance. Yeah, the charged R2 does really good stance, absolutely. It's just like... the charged R2 on Club is not fast. The charged R2 on a Katana, for example, is much faster. The charged R2 on Club is good, though. But... it is much less good than something like a Great Hammer. What? What? Okay. Yep, that's about what I expected from a torrent skip. It's also a holy club, I think. Yeah, you can also just make any club holy with the whetstone. I mean, so this is, I don't know about this one. I don't know about this one. I'm doing some weird movement there. Yeah. Pool stable ground reset. Yep. Looks good. Yeah. Match with Josh and CBD earlier today was so fun. So a really fun one to watch. Both of the matches today were so incredibly close. I mean, I guess. Very cool, Gravity. Very cool. He did it. The second one, we'll have to check the VOD. Yeah, do check the VOD. No spoilers on the outcome. But, it was one to watch for sure. Oh. Jump off with Torrent so that it doesn't eat your double jump. Some places will eat your double jump if you walk off with Torrent. Some places won't. This is a place that will eat your double jump. So do not walk off. Make sure to jump off. I don't know what causes your double jump to get eaten, but it sure do be happening. Oh, missed it. Don't jump that far off. So I need to find, like, an angle to jump at that work. I was in a Stake of America? But okay. So you go right to there. Then you let it slide you down to there. Then you go there. I mean, maybe that's not so bad. Hope you don't lose a square to the skip in the future. Yeah, me too. United States of America. Okay, so when you land over here, you want to just kind of turn on the spot. That was not exactly how we planned it, but call it close enough. And then yoop down to there. I almost wonder if you don't need to do that youping down. Because I don't think we're at the absolute limit of height. Seems not horrible. Until you try it in a match, and then you die, and then you're not allowed to use the stake because of DSR. Dom's stupid rule. Oh. Or that happens. Just don't die. I wonder if there is a single person that got the reference that I made with calling it Dom's stupid rule. Oh. Well. Seems a little wonky. So if I went from here, you do live. I mean, that would be a little faster. Too smooth brain to 5-head your humor smooth even. It's a very it's like an even if you're a knower of the subject, it's still a an out there one that I was referencing Dave's stupid rule from Super Smash Bros. Melee, where you're not allowed to go back to a stage you've already won on. But you are allowed to go back to a stage that your opponent won on. Wondering today morning if it was better to buy the poison dart rather than grease from Tialier for the 4 status square. Darts, no, but there is something that's very good to buy from Tialier for the 4 status square. If your goal is just to get status as fast as possible. Poisoned stone clump. And I guess maybe as a backup poison stones. Or as a backup poison dart. I've already killed Edred, so I can't show it specifically on Edred. But all it takes is 2 of these guys, and he is poisoned. Maybe I can show it on Red Bear. I don't know how poisonable Red Bear is. But they do a ton of poison per throw. I think it takes 2 throws for Edred. There's definitely a rock here that I was supposed to climb up. Hold on a sec. Oh, yeah. So you get to this, and then you go over here, and then climb up. There we go. That's how you get to Red Bear quicker. And yeah, 2 clumps for the Red Bear as well. And he's just poisoned. But impromptu Red Bear practice. Like, those clumps might just be worth buying even if you're not doing the 4 statuses square. Being able to just kind of instantly poison something is a lot of damage. That could have killed me if I didn't have such high skidoo. Okay, couldn't get out. Okay. Red bear, parentheses, bear. I get that reference. Small bear. Okay, I said I was gonna practice Midra. We could also look at the other Death Knight. We should look at the other Death Knight. I should look at the other Death Knight. I haven't practiced the other Death Knight very much at all. I know you get it. What up, Ahopiak? I don't remember where all the incants that I would normally get are. What's the highest number of incants we might need? 7? There's up to 5 in Rau, but the 5th one is off Romina, which you wouldn't necessarily want to do every time. There's that one there. There's Hippo? Yeah. There's, up towards the loft. There's one. You could kill the Fire Knight for Rain of Fire? But that seems inefficient. One in Morth at the bottom of the well. Yes, one in Morth at the bottom of the well. Yeah, that's the other pretty good one. I have to remember that one. And the 4 in Rau are... I should go get them. I should go get them to remember. Luckily, incantations cannot be repeats because they're not some shop, some pickups. And pickups are always unique with pickups, and shops are always unique with shops. Is Red Bear NPC ever a thing? It would be the strangest circumstance where the board says kill a Red Bear, and Red Bear NPC does count, and there's like nameless mausoleums on the board, and you really want to have the synergy. Maybe it's like there's DLC Spirit Ash mausoleums, so you're like, oh, I'm already near it after I do the DLC Legendary Spirit Ash, and kill a Red Bear. If you were in exactly that scenario, it could be a good play. If your opponent didn't go for Ralva in Skidoo Altus. If you, like, see that there was, like, Kill Ancient Dragon Man on the board, and he marks Kill Ancient Dragon Man as you're down here in Lower Rao, and you're like, wait, that means I can beat him to... That means he doesn't have Skidoo Altus access. That means I can beat him to Red Bear by killing this Red Bear. Also, this is the Poison Flower blooms twice, I think. Yes, it is. What does kill a base game boss in DLC mean? Is it only Deathrite Bird? Are there more? Deathrite Bird, Tree Sentinel, Falling Star Beast, Demi-Human Queen. That might be it. Poison Flower blooms twice, a reference to Millennia Rot Flower. Yes. Because you do poison with your weapon, and then you consume the poison to deal a bunch of damage and rot. So it's like evolving your poison into rot. So it's almost certainly a Millennia Rot Flower thing. Also, Tibia, I think that is not a boss. In the base game, it is a boss. But then you could also say, in the base game, Putrid Avatar, or Putrid Tree Spirit, that's it. Tree Spirit is a boss, but in the DLC, it's not a boss. Tree Spirits are not a boss in the DLC. Tibia Mariner is not a boss in the DLC. Also the hardest Tibia. Yup. Alright, this is the one with the skip. The skip that I will mess up a lot and blame the FPS. FPS's fault. But actually, like, you don't know how far you're gonna jump, so you just have to hope that the jump you make ends up the right distance. That was further than I should have, on average, jumped, though. Oh, and of course, this time we get the shortest possible jump. I have no Deathblight resistance. Oh boy. If you want to get technical, the square doesn't specify that the DLC enemy must be a boss. The rulebook says differently. Kill a... So what it says, because it's here. Kill a base game boss in the DLC. The word boss is in there, so it's... Maybe I don't do the skip, because this is silly. I mean, I guess quitting out doesn't even do anything. Nah, you're just willfully interpreting it wrong. I mean... There is a way to willfully interpret it wrong. It's not worded so as to prevent willful wrong interpretations, but... The type of boss that you must kill is a base game one. Base game boss in an unspecified way. I mean, I know that it's unspecified, but every time I jump on the shorter end, hoping I get a long jump, I get the shortest jump ever. Every time I jump on the long end, hoping I'll get a shorter jump, I get the longest jump ever. It's classic FPS memes. There we go. I forgot about that. This is the safe way because I have no deathblight resistance for some reason. Apparently the knight armor, not very deathblight resistant. Yeah, this catacomb does kind of suck. You lived that? You fell so far though. Imp knew gravity kills were banned. Ah. Sword of Darkness still there? There is no Sword of Light Darkness square because weapons are randomized. So it just won't be the Sword of Light or Darkness. Yeah, this is why even if he is theoretically easier, I do not know how to fight this Death Knight. Ow. And his attacks are just so late and lingering. If you just roll the wrong direction, you just get hit by them. This guy is definitely not easier, I don't think. How do you even avoid that? I don't think you could just sit behind him like the other one. Jesus. He's definitely much harder than the other one, I think. Yo. I think Swed was actually saying that he thinks this is the hardest boss to no-hit in the game. Which is partly because the other ones that should be harder, you can just script, but... Supposed to be encountered later in the DLC, yeah. Oh, somehow lived that. And then he's got some attacks that are so fast, they're really hard to even react to. He's got like the most delayed attacks, but then also attacks that are just faster than the other Death Knight. Those attacks should be easy to parry. You are not guaranteed to have anything that's possible to parry. Nope, staying close to him does still get you hit with that. Yeah, I don't understand that attack. Like, I also didn't understand it for the Twin Axe Death Knight, but I really don't understand it for him. There's, like, way less time to potentially do anything about it. And it, like, double spins, so I think it'll just hit you, kind of no matter what. And I think that just roll caught me. I think that just frame trapped me. I'm not 100% though. Could just be me being bad still. Using big bonks makes the fight trivial. Yep, but I'm not guaranteed to have a big bonk. Really liked the Death Knights when I did them casually in the DLC. Very cool cinematic fights. I think they're alright. I enjoy your stream and gameplay a lot. Yo, well, thank you. Maybe you have to run? Happy Canadian Thanksgiving. This early? Even knowing that he's gonna do that attack after the dash every time, the blink bolt, it's still so fast. Yeah, no, even like slightly running away and then rolling backwards as late as I can, you just get caught. Maybe there's some sort of like jump thing. I'll need to figure out what Swed does. So he can start that while he's still basically invisible. Okay. We're kind of starting to get it. Weapon plus 0 on purpose? Yup. For practice. Roll through him and make distance. On the blink, he does a jump. Yeah. Oops. Yeah, that works. We're being able to jump one of these swings. That, I mean, I could... I need to figure out that one. The double lightning spin. feel like you can probably jump like half his moves. Backstep and run, you do not make it out in time. I've tried that. Oh, but a late jump does it. I don't know if that's consistent, but... Okay. Should have dodged that. Or jumped it. Oh. To the side, then to him. Which side? Left or right? From my perspective. Got a link to dodge the lightning spin in case you want it. I do, yes. Right. Let me see it. I feel like staying far away from him like this feels very risky, but 1 minute, you think. I'll let it play out. See if there's anything else I can notice that I like, aside from just heavy weapon much better. Circle him. Circle him. The circling seemed to be the most important part. Ow. Okay. Oh, my jump didn't go off. Nice. Ah. I'll do 2. Nice. Very late jump. There we go. This fight's pretty cool. I forgot how cool it was. I mean, only with, like, silly stuff. But yeah, with silly stuff, it's pretty neat. All right. Lock in. Gotta stop rolling backwards into the blink. All remembrance is zip percent routing. Nice. Good luck with that. It is hard to find good zips, but Virazi is the goat of them, so. Stop rolling backwards. It's not the worst thing, but... There we go. Didn't realize I was out of flasks, and then if you're out of flasks, it takes longer for your character to not drink a flask than it would take for your character to drink a flask. All right. Alrighty. Yeah, it gets pretty neat if you practice it to the point of doing silly jumps. It gets pretty neat. Okay. Cool. Midra. Make it look fun. It's kind of fun. It's kind of fun. It's better than I thought it was. We'll put it that way. It's a lot better than I thought it was. Because I thought it was gonna be real bad, but no, it was all right. Now you have a boss plus 0 weapon option. Now I've got like 7. Although I need a lot of skidoo for this. Well, I don't need, but... But it would actually be faster to go Edred plus 0 and then also kill a Death Knight with a leveled up weapon than it would be to just kill a Death Knight with a plus 0 weapon. Midra plus 0. Also Jory plus 0 on the way. Midra's such a sick fight in the DLC. I think it's the best fight in the game. Just the whole game. I think Midra is just the best fight. And I'm so glad that so many people are coming around to that. Because I feel like when the DLC first came out and I was like, I think Midra might be one of my favorites. It was like, no. But nowadays, I feel like every time it's Midra mentioned, everyone's like, peak. Or whatever. If I remember correctly, Midra has the highest H pool in the game. Yep. He's gonna be beefy. He fulfills all the coolness factors and is a peak fight mechanically. With some cool lore too. Yep. People only like Midra so much because of his sex appeal. True. Well, Rykard doesn't count. Obviously, gimmick bosses can't be counted. Gimmick bosses with gimmick weapons that do, inflated amounts of numbers so that you're forced to use the gimmick weapon obviously don't count in biggest health discussions. Oh. Huh. Favorite base game boss? I like Moog a lot. Favorite is Godfrey. With or without Horaloo, take your pick. I actually think I might like Goldfrey the second most as a base game boss. Just like, because it is the best phase of Godfrey / Horaloo. Like, you know, a little on the simple side, but I don't mind that necessarily as long as it's a good fight. And it is a good fight. Gideon. Find Godfrey very repetitive. Kinda. But repetitive in a cool way. Like, I'd rather repeat stuff that I like rather than have non-repeating stuff that I don't like. Like, there's no base game boss, I think, in Elden Ring, including Godfrey, that stands out to me as like, damn, this is like the greatest boss of all time. Like, I feel like all of the base game bosses of Elden Ring have problems. I mean, so does Midra and Mesmera, unfortunately, who are, I think now, my top two in the whole game. Over all the base game bosses. They still both have some problems. FromSoft just did not want to make any perfect bosses. I think Melania could have been that if not for Waterfowl. I have like 5 problems with Melania. I think Melania needs like 5 tweaks. And then I think she could be potentially that. Waterfowl clones the charge forward triple slash where she just like waves her sword in front of her like this until you get hit because you roll and it just roll catches you. That one I think is a bad move. And there's like 1 or 2 more that I'm forgetting at the moment. Like Zode, yeah. So all her moves, I see. Well, it's not all, but it's the ones that you remember because they catch you when you roll perfectly. They just catch you anyway. Unless you do some silly shenanigan specific movement for them, which I don't. I personally am not a big fan of the you need to move in a very specific way, otherwise it just hits you, and there's nothing else you can do about it besides moving in a very specific way that, of course, you wouldn't know. Like, casually, I just got hit by her charge forward triple slash. Like, that, I just got hit. Oh, this is going to take an hour. Oh, maybe not. He's gonna teleport now. Yep. Why didn't he stagger? Oh, he's so close to the wall. I can't backstab him here. Oh, I can actually.
On the one hand, the number of sub-months. On the other hand, the amount of backstabs you need for Joy Mirror's Giggle.
I don't think 27 even would do it. I think we might need more than that. Away from the wall, please. Please stop moving into the corner. I'm not gonna be able to stop him from teleporting, probably. Oh, I did. Okay. But now I can't. It's truly Jover. Yeah. Of course. Ow. Okay, perfect attack to see. Woo! Anybody count the number of backstabs? Joy lost because he stopped using the power of friendship. That's true. In comparison, DTS is not even that bad. Compared to many bosses, it's not that bad. Really, take Red Wolf or any fight with ads. So what? The Draconic Tree Sentinel, fairly easy. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have a lot of like health or poise or things like that, but Draconic Tree Sentinel, some of its dodges are so stupidly tight on the timing and so absurdly large in the hitbox. You're 99% of casual players are just going to get hit and then heal up after. 69 backstabs, GG, easy. Don't forget the super high damage, yeah. So I would never consider Draconic Tree Sentinel to be an easy boss, even if, like, it is very possible to kind of fluke your way into a win because it's got low health and low poise, so you can kind of bully him. But anytime it's his turn to attack, he is scary. Also, the fireball heal input read, yep. ETS is the wall for first-time SL1 runs for a reason, yeah. Well, even at SL1, you can fully script him, but... I suppose if you're first timing and you're not using full scripts. Although DTS was a cool fight to learn, I like their design a lot. I don't like DTS that much. I really don't like when the difficulty of a fight is we made their hitbox last too long. Like, I don't like when the difficulty is we took the hitbox and we turned it on and then we didn't turn it off. It's just still on. Oh, and also it covers the entire arena. Like, if DTS had reasonable hitboxes, I feel like the swings of DTS feel pretty nice to, like, see and recognize and dodge. It's just that, like, you'll obviously see him swinging. You'll roll through the swing. The swing will miss you. You'll be like, awesome, I did it. It'll then contact the ground a mile away from you, explode in lightning, and hit you. And you're like, what? How was I supposed to avoid that? That doesn't... What? Huh? And I feel like that felt really bad. DTS is one of the most fair bosses. I don't think so. I don't think so. I disagree. A couple of the slam hitboxes are absurdly large and lingering. Yeah. I don't like those. I was rolled into its attacks. Is that what made it easy for you? Probably not. You just probably either hit the timing, because there are small windows where you can just roll and be immune, but like very small windows. Like way smaller than is reasonable to have. Like, for example, it is generally agreed that Lies of P's perfect guard timing, which is like 8 or 10 frames, somewhere in there, is like fairly absurd for players to get consistent. Possible, but like on the level of like, damn. And I think some of DTS's attacks, if you want to just straight up iframe them with a roll, are significantly smaller than that. If you run away from them and just like get out of range, you can, you know, you can deal with them that way. But if you just want to roll and iframe them, it is like really, really tight. To see DTS in Depth of Night 4 or 5, yeah. Elden Ring's roll has 11 invincibility frames. At 30 frames per second. So it's double that for what any sane person would count with. I know the engine technically runs at 30, but like everybody runs the game at 60, so it is more reasonable to count it in 60 frames per second. So Lies of P has 8 or 10. I forget. They might have changed it, or I might have miscounted one time. At 60 frames per second. So in other words, less than half of Elden Ring's roll invincibility. And if you want to roll DTS as attack, it might be 1 frame at 30, so 2 at 60, or it's something absurdly small. And for Lies of P, I'm talking about the perfect guard, not its dodge. Lies of P also has a dodge, which I don't know the frame timing for. 30 FPS might be standard for Switch players. That's true, actually. But still possible. Still possible. 2 hardest things for DTS were him fireballing all the time, I need to heal, and him suddenly hitting with his weapon or shield when he's not so ready for that. I think you can see his attack animation quite early and sometimes just have to run away being patient. Yeah, well, yeah, that's the easiest thing to do is run away. But you don't have to run away. You could dodge it, but... Is Mini Midra actually going to be kind of a threat with a +0 weapon? Well, he is if I try to buff in front of his face. Rolling with him with that is a very bad idea. Ah! Didn't get far enough behind him. Shouldn't have healed twice there. Wow, only half of his health is down. Okay, so not between those ones, but before the very end, you can do it. Oh, that was bad. No greeting. No greeting. Ooh, early. Okay. That was greedy for sure. Shouldn't have done that. Agreed. Oh, he didn't do the follow-up. Nice. First try. Easy +0 weapon. What a good boss. Is +0 on Skidoo as well? No, I'm 6 on Skidoo. Which is still lower than you'd probably be at Midra, but... I wanted to live through some things for practice, so I also just went a full defensive build. Full defense, +0 weapon, no offense, only defense to get the best practice. At Midra, you'd be at least 10. Yeah, probably, yeah. I mean, unless there was, like, some reason you really needed to rush Midra. Like, if rushing Midra just won you the game, or if you have to rush Midra to block from your opponent just winning the game, you could be lower, but reasonably, you're probably, like, 10. Guys from Hollow Knight and Hollow Knight Silksong are very short. You probably get to loop them at least once in any first run. They're kind of made to be looped. All right. Cool, cool, cool. Cool mountain. Rolana? Casual Rolana? Casually walks around with 1,000,000 runes? Yeah. Bale +0? That is a possible plan. I could do Bale. Midra and Mesmer are such good design bosses. I mean, yeah. Both of them have some little quirks that is not perfect, but they are like some of the best for sure. Yo, player 5. Yo, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, raiders. Yo, thank you for the good luck. We're just doing a little pracky, Just practicing some bosses with a +0 weapon so that they take a really long time, but eventually we win. Surely. We've gone through like half the bosses in the DLC, just like slowly grinding them out. Late on the jump. I remembered to do the jump, but I was way late on it. So bad. What? Does this weapon hold lower or something? Because that should have been perfect. What? You know what? I'm not doing the jump punish anymore then. I don't understand how those are not working. I keep trying for it, even though I already said I was gonna stop. How does that hit? It has to be the way that this weapon is held. Aww. Stop trying to jump it. I somehow have already gotten the muscle memory for a trick that I tried in literally one session, and it has already overridden my muscle memory to just dodge. Ah. Can't strafe that? I'm deciding which one the best is to go for this square. Huh? I'm just practicing random bosses. The board is just up there. I put it up to, like, see if it would remind me of anything I need to practice. And then I looked at the board and I went, not really. So instead I'm just practicing random bosses. I'm surprised she did not stagger there. Oh, I'm really surprised she still hasn't staggered. There we go. What? I mean, I just was in the air. Just yep. Yep. This weapon does not bleed. Which boss do you like more, Pontiff or Rolana? I haven't fought Pontiff recently enough to have an opinion on Pontiff. But I can tell you, I do not love Rolana.
He smile, smile, smile.
Yeah, katanas do so little stagger, apparently. Of course, when I'm already out of stamina, do the thing that requires full stamina just to be able to dodge. How have you not staggered yet? There we go. Oh boy. Okay. No, Rolana. Rolana, you jerk. Can't believe From never patched her sword having no hitbox during the 5 hits transition combo. Of course her sword has a hitbox. It's her arm that doesn't. By far not the best weapon in +0, but it seems to be quite dedicated. It's just a katana. It's just the most likely weapon type that I am to have when fighting Rolana. Obviously, something with Pierce would be much better. So, something like Nagakiba. I mean, technically, you can also do it with this weapon. You can do running R2s, and it's a Pierce attack. But yeah, the more of those you can do, the better it would be. But unfortunately, most of the rest of its kit is not piercing. Or what to go for the crack tier that allows you to deflect because it's really OP with guard counter and some bosses. It takes like an hour and a half to get, not actually an hour and a half. It takes a very long time to kill the furnace golem. But if kill a furnace golem happens to be on the board, yes. That is the one you would do. Man, I really do not like Rolana. Okay. What do you mean I couldn't dodge in time? Ah. I actually don't like that a riposte takes stamina. Same. Relona looks fun. Reminds you of DS3 bosses. Not sure why. I don't like Relona. I have spent all this time learning her. I do not like the fight. I think that a lot of her attacks are spaced improperly. In time. So you get hit even with effectively perfect dodges. Or in some cases, no matter what your dodge timing is. Well, like, it's not like there's no possible way to avoid it. Just like through a dodge alone, it won't do it. You have to like be standing in specific spots. Say the magic word. Do a little dance. Three hops this time in order to not take damage. Okay, okay. Oh, Lucy, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. Just practicing some bosses. For some bingo. Okay. Oh, that's not what I wanted. There we go. +0 Rolana. Woo. Have bingo matches on Sunday. Sunday. So yeah, I do not. If I had bingo matches they'd be starting in 8 hours. I would not be still up. I'd be attempting to sleep, failing probably, but I'd be attempting to sleep right now. Which I probably should do anyway, because I do want to kind of get up and watch the matches tomorrow and also keep my sleep schedule. That actually makes perfect sense now that I think about it that way. Got Melania hitless with whips. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. An hour of Rolana earlier. It was 40 minutes. Not that bad of a guess. 40 minutes in total that we spent practicing her? It felt like longer, but I mean, I guess that kind of makes sense. You don't mean 40 minutes for one attempt, because it was definitely not 40 minutes for one attempt. Those were probably 8-minute attempts, if I had to guess. Did you watch yesterday Positive Vibes matches? Oh yeah, I did. The sign of a good boss, it feels like an eternity. No, I don't think that's the sign of a good boss. You started on 620. It started Rolana practice in total, or were you supposed to have bingo Saturday too? Yeah, it got moved because Aggie had a schedule conflict. So instead, there's only going to be one match on Saturday, and then there will be 2 matches on a later day that was only supposed to have 1 match. After TwitchCon and all that. Yeah, in total, not 1 attempt. Gotcha. His matches were crazy. They really were. Would Ons be a good call on +0 if you have jails and demi-human bosses on the board? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Ons is a menace. Even fully leveled up weapon and all that, he can be a menace. Even last thing on the board, Skidoo level 15, he can just kill you. I've seen it happen. Doing +0 Ons, where you have to stagger him probably 3 or 4 times instead of the usual 1 stagger and he's dead. Yeah, no, good luck. When I was in it, and you've only killed bosses with +0, seems rough. Yeah, it's a really hard board here. It's a actually, let's check if we have done anything else. Nope. Yep, not what? Wait, Rolana, that we did our part. I practiced Ons a while ago. Turns out there's lots of attacks that don't look jumpable but are jumpable. Yeah, I believe that. I believe that. There's probably ways we can get better at the fight for sure. That is one I should practice. I should practice Ons. You know who I really need to practice? Devonia. I really need to practice Devonia. Remind me of that tomorrow if we're doing more solo practice. Which we're either going to be doing solo practice or we'll be doing 2v2 practice tomorrow. Again, it's just going to be get set up for bingo. But if I'm doing solo practice, remind me to boot up this file and we can head to Devonia. Because I do think I should probably... Oh, I didn't even grab the Grace at Devonia. I do think I should probably head to bed soon here. Because... I should keep my sleep schedule where I can easily wake up for bingo without being super groggy. Because, of course, me, the degenerate, the person who stays up later than everyone else, of course, goes in the schedule as, yeah, first thing in the morning. This is so sad. One day, Devonia was a nightmare for 8F. Devonia is always a nightmare for me. I'm so bad at that fight. No quick +0 Senesax before bed. Ugh. I have gotten a good amount of Senesax practice in. I could do more, but... Ugh. Maybe we give it one quick Devonia try. And if I beat her, then, you know, I don't have to practice her. Are you so easy doing that, Skip? Just, there's a line on the floor between, there's like squares, and the squares like are next to each other, and you just go right along the seam between the two squares. And it lines you up perfectly. Am I actually the goat of Devonia? I forgot about the follow-up. I could finish her off here, but I'm gonna keep her alive because I do feel like I want more practice. But like, I need a weaker weapon. I need to like not use the frost or something, because I still felt like I was getting beat up, but I just won on numbers somehow. So I'll practice her again tomorrow. Anyway. Let's find someone to raid here. You yourself and picked up Anatria, the last song, and first Berserker Kazan. Let's go. I liked both of those. Anatria, I think, was like solidly good. It's not necessarily something I would give a high recommendation to, but I liked it. I liked it. But Kazan, I would definitely give a recommendation to. All right. Let's raid. Let's raid Katie. Oh, Katie Marie. Who's playing Little Nightmares. Presumably 3, but it's cut off. One of the Little Nightmares for sure. But yeah, thank you all for watching. Have a good night, or morning, or afternoon, or evening. Wherever in the world you all happen to be. And I will see you all later. Have a good one, everyone. Bye-bye.